Hello, welcome everybody. Welcome to today's stream. Today I'm gonna do something different since we have done so far roughly 4 or 5 streams already, and we have created some tier lists where we do have some good ideas that have come out of it. Today I thought of doing like a work with me type live stream where essentially every week I'm gonna recap the findings that I get from my live streams. And I thought since we did a lot of Japanese company handbook and also like through screeners, we had identified some valuable stocks. I thought wouldn't it be nice to compile these stock ideas into a weekly post and also do a work with me type live stream where I'm going to be, writing out my post and releasing it probably on Friday or Saturday to my readers on my Substack. So yeah, today is just going to be me recapping each investment, going through them again because it has been a few days. Some of them are not at the top of my mind. So this will be helpful for new viewers as well because today I'm just essentially recapping all the best ideas from each of those live streams. So this is like a summary live stream, if you will. So yeah, let's start off by identifying what are the stocks that are most worthwhile. First, I need to figure out what are my top 5 stocks, right? So let's do that. Which one are these? So I'm gonna quickly go back to each day. Well, one that's for sure a standout is 3991. Let's put that into our screener here. Wantedly, that was a company that we looked at 2 days ago or yesterday. Essentially, it's the LinkedIn of Japan. Yeah, what I like about it is it's highly profitable. The only problem with this one is it needs to be able to grow its market share and its user base. This is definitely one of my top ones and might have been my only S tier stock that I found of the day. Okay, next one was 3723, right? This one is Nihon Falcom. This is a company that creates JRPG games in the YS series and the Legend of Heroes series, and they're also releasing a brand new game called Tokyo, if I remember correctly, Kanaku or Kanada, something like that. So yeah, they're releasing like they're trying to build up additional JRPG IPs, right? Currently they have 2 really strong IPs and that's what's getting their fans, excited and coming back. But for earnings to grow for this company, they need another hit, right? So I would definitely put Nihon Falcom in there as one of the companies. It could be 2 or 3, but let's just put it in for now. Okay. Now let's review some of our other tier lists. 5570, 4380. I should also type in chat what I'm doing today. Oh, I have too many words in that comment. Okay, cool. I have a pinned message now. Hello, new viewer. We have 1 viewer in that has joined us. If you don't mind, you can definitely go in the chat and introduce yourself. Would be nice to see who is joining me today. Okay, so the other company is 5570. This is Genoba. Genoba. What did Genoba do again? Genoba was, double check here. Provides positional information data services in Japan. The company develops positional information systems as well as offers positional information consulting services. It provides services for survey, land, house investigation. Yeah. So essentially what this company does is they have satellites, right? And typically with satellites, right, they have, let's say, 4 satellites, and you're trying to determine the geolocation, right? The cheaper way gets a roughly accurate position, but you can be meters off, right? Like even 10 meters off. But what they have done is, oh, hello, welcome, Weijing C. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, nice. As you can see in the top right corner, you're because you're the most recent subscriber, your username has been highlighted. So congratulations. All right. Yeah, so Genoba. But essentially, so that's a cheaper way, and then there's a more expensive way. And the more expensive way allows for even centimeter differences in error. So it reduces the error from meters to centimeters. So for very high accuracy applications, then Genoba has that in wraps. The thing is, the company is still a pretty small company. So the question is, how can Genoba, number one, increase its market share, and how can it increase its revenue over time, right? And this one is really new to me. I don't know anything about positional information systems, so I suspect the learning curve for this is going to be kind of high. But it was one of the definitely more interesting ideas that we had. 5570. Hello, Wang Leonard G. I definitely saw your notifications. You have been liking some of my posts on my Twitter account, so thank you very much, Leonard. I really appreciate the engagement, and thanks for joining us this time for the live stream. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe. Yeah, so that's Genoba. And then next one is 4380, Mart. Okay, so Mart. The interesting about Mart essentially is that they have an e-marketplace, right, for the food and beverage industry. And so they basically allow buyers, they connect buyers and sellers together. So it started off as a B2B company. And because, you only, sellers will put up a virtual storefront, and then buyers, and then they would charge like opening a virtual store, like a cost to open a virtual store. And then let's say excuse me, let's say there's a transaction that is through mainly just the online portal, they would charge a percentage. So you have a fixed fee that they earn per seller, and they also have a variable fee that they earn per transaction. There are certain transactions that they allow offline and online. So it just depends on the type of transaction. But yeah, similar thing to Genoba is like, how do they continue to increase revenue? They've carved out this niche, but how do they expand beyond this niche? So the margins on this company are really good. So let's see, how do I like this? I think Mart would be an easier company to understand. So I'll put that over Genoba potentially. And this is not concrete. I want to identify top 5. It could be more than that if I want to. There can be an honorable mention, but currently it's that. Okay, Leonard says, what is going on with Wantedly? I remember you like that. Yeah, so Wantedly is like the LinkedIn of Japan. Of course, I only spent like an hour looking at it. So I, in writing this stock idea thing, I'm going to be looking at it a little bit further, just get a better idea. But for Wantedly, I believe the TLDR for that one is, I believe that they had a period of rapid revenue growth and membership expansion, but they were not aggressive following up into that momentum by adding more marketing. Right, so the issue that I identified in my previous live stream for Wantedly is that I think they were not aggressive enough in their marketing, and so it's kind of like in this place where they have 10% market share, right? Sorry, don't quote me on that. I actually don't remember what the exact market share of Wantilly is, but essentially they have, I believe if I recall correctly, they have around 4.2 million users, and yeah, essentially what you want to see with membership growth is you want it to be exponential, right? You don't want it to see it dip down. Once it dips down, then it's bad, right? So what I didn't like about Wantilly is what they have an opportunity to be seen as the underdog and the company that could essentially, get into the realm of LinkedIn, right? It would be nice for them to become the LinkedIn of Japan. That's like your end goal, right? But I think they kind of screwed up in that they weren't aggressive with their marketing and actually reduced their marketing spend. So now it's the kind of situation where people who apply for jobs, right? There's job postings on Wanted, but it's not like the de facto standard, right? We know that in America, US, and Canada, that LinkedIn is the de facto standard, right? In terms of, having like a virtual resume, or like a professional profile. LinkedIn is like the go-to place, is the gold standard in universities. Everyone in business school would get that. But in Japan, that's not the case, right? In Japan, they have, they are helpful. They're good for, connecting employers to employees. But it seems like for like there's niche applications. So like, for example, software engineers, right? Apparently there's a website just for software engineers, right? So yeah, what I'd like to see is, even though Wantilly is very profitable, honestly, like there's definitely upside in their growth, and their current valuation does reflect like the stagnation. But I think that if they're able to retap into that growth, or they can get bought out, then there's a substantial upside. Good insider ownership, though. Don't think that's okay. Yeah, that's not something I've looked at, but that would indicate that the owner is in it for the long run, which is good. Okay, next. So yeah, this is a B opportunity. This is an idea that was brought up by Michael from Asian Century Stocks. I put it as a B, because there's still a lot of, that wasn't one of the best ideas. So even though it's a B and one of the top ideas for on June 5th, I don't think that that's something that I would include in the top 5. We do have other options. Right, Tanakin. Yeah, so on June 9th, I did one, and the company I found was a tier A company, in my opinion, is Tanakin. So we could definitely add that in here. That was one that looked interesting. And then June 8th. 141A. Right. I actually quite like 141A. That trial holdings. So this could be a top 5 or it could be a top 6 potentially. There could be an honorable mention here. How do I want to play this? So Tanakin, if I remember correctly, they do demolitions, right? But they have a lot of cash. That was the problem with Tanakin. Is that they have a tailwind of there's going to be potentially way more demolitions going forward. It's just that I don't see how they can effectively utilize that cash, right? This could mean that they get bought out. This could mean that they have to expand somewhere, but that also poses a risk on valuation. Is if they improperly use that cash, then it's going to be reflected in the share price. So, but it was undervalued, right? So, yeah. Tanakin. Yeah, okay. So let's do 1450 and potentially 144A. I do want to put more effort into 141A because they have some interesting technology in their. Yeah, so the thing about, I actually put 141A actually over 1450, even though this is an A stock. It's just from a growth perspective, 141A is more of a growth stock. These ones are more value. Actually, hold on. This one's more growth. This one is more value. Excuse me. Inmart is a little bit of both. A little bit of both, I would say. No. Yeah, this one's harder to decipher. Yeah, that one's gonna be hard to decipher. We'll determine that later, whether there's a growth angle there. Yeah, this one is more on the value side. Could have potential for growth, I would say. Okay, so we'll start with these companies, and then what I'm gonna do is analyze them a little bit more so that I can, write a better recap. It's gonna be very simple valuations. For this, simple, it's just like a summary post essentially. So I don't see myself going too in depth, but in depth enough. Okay, so first things first, let's pull up a the Excel wantedly. What is today's price on wantedly here? Oopsies. So the day hasn't closed yet, so this price is interesting. Net cash of 5.7 billion. Enterprise value of 6.7 billion. Price to book 2.8 times. Based off of next year's forecast in 2025, they're being next 12 months multiples is 4.2 times. Yeah, they barely have any debt. Sorry, depreciation. 12 times PE. Yeah, I think this is a cheap valuation for this company. Yeah, so this is a summary. I'm just gonna briefly go over like what I like about the company and what I don't like. I think that's probably the easiest structure. If you guys want to see a different structure, feel free in the chat to let me know how you guys want this to be presented. I think that would be interactive as well. Would you guys like some music? I'm gonna start off how I start off every stream. If this gets distracting, please let me know. If it's too loud or too silent, let me know. I can tweak you a little bit. No music. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so I shut it off. So it might be just me who listens to it. Fine. So yeah, as you can see, since 2018, the company has been increasing revenue. It's more than doubled since 2018. And in this time frame, gross profit has also, well, they have no COGS. So we can jump over to operating income, and your operating income has basically substantially increased due to operating leverage. So they have reached a point where, you know, economies of scale are very favorable now for the company. And then we can see that essentially the SG&A, increases at a lower rate than revenue has increased. So that has been very fruitful for the company. Another thing to note is they do not have any debt. Historically, they've not really needed debt, and they've been so cash flow positive that they've been just able to generate a lot of cash. So there are a few things I like. Okay. So even though they've gone to a certain scale now that they are highly profitable, what is unfortunate is that the user base has not been expanding as much as they would like. Yes, that is correct. They don't know what to do with their cash. They have been hoarding cash. And these are good figures. Yeah, continuous operating leverage. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if they're effectively using like you know social media channels like it could, like TikTok, YouTube, other like or whatever there's also some like Japanese equivalent social medias. Um, yeah, I wonder how they're targeting that realm. Give me one sec. I don't know why that error code came up. I'm just gonna get out and get back in real quick. Yeah, I want to figure out what type of channels are currently using to market themselves because there it strikes me as odd that member count increases so little, right? Like, feel like it could definitely increase substantially, but again, I don't have I'm not in Japan right now. I'm not from Japan, so I don't know, who are the big players in this field in terms of, creating a professional social media. So that's kind of what they want to do, right? They want to be viewed as a professional social media. So they should yeah, yeah, I wonder if there's potential for them to get a high ROI off this marketing spend. Yeah, growth opportunities are very simple. Just increased members, increase number of employers. The number one thing is probably increasing members. Another thing that I think is kind of stupid is, like you don't you pay less taxes, right? Like if you spend more on marketing, right? So it doesn't make sense to, like, why do they need to hoard cash, right? Like what utility does that bring, right? Like you want to grow slowly to the point where your company becomes obsolete, and then when it becomes obsolete, oh, you have this pile of cash, now we can pivot into something else, right? Like this is not what I want to see. Like we see that a lot, but like that's just not what we want to see as investors. Um, Okay, everyone, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back live stream. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the absence. Okay, so let's recap what we want to find. We want to find what we like, what we don't like, what are additional growth opportunities. Yeah, fill that out. I guess instead of room for improvement, it would be like additional questions we want answered. Okay, so what this boils down to is, are they effectively are they effectively using marketing spend? Sure. And how are they using it? How is the company investing in its own growth? This could be R&D. What is CapEx? That sort of thing. Stock revenue is increasing due to improvement in customer unit price. So they are increasing their pricing. I don't know how I like about that. What I mean, yes, they would have additional operating leverage from charging higher prices, but I think this is not. Well, I could be wrong. Is this the phase where they want to really harvest the crops, or do they want to, acquire more acreage? Is how I would kind of explain it, right? It's a hard they charge. It invites more competition, right? Low revenue is in a recovery trend due to strengthening of the sales structure. Add-ons and other subscriptions. So I guess you have subscriptions, which is essentially the stock revenue. I think that's what it's referring to, because I guess the employers will buy a subscription, and then add-ons are essentially additional features that they could pay for. I'm actually interested what is technically within their flow revenue. So SG&A trends, so marketing. So as we can see, like marketing in Q1 to Q4 of fiscal year 2023 is, let's see, 3, 540, 750, 950. So around 950 and 950 million yen for the fiscal year 2024. Sorry, 2023, and 2024 would be around like 150, 520, 670. Yeah, that's a lot lower. Did my math right? 350, 520. Yeah. So one from like a 900 something to 600 something. Yeah, massive decline. And then these 2 quarters are around 330. Yeah, it's lower than these 2 quarters. So I don't understand why they would continue to lower their marketing spend. I just, like, yes, it demonstrates that they have operating leverage, right? Like to maintain. I think they need to be more on the offensive, right? Yeah, and then what's nice is personnel spend hasn't had to increase at all, right? In fact, hasn't really had to gone up. And look, we are at 7 concurrent viewers right now, so this is really good. We have a lot of people joining us. If you are new to the channel, please feel free to engage in the chat. say hi, and if you haven't already, please subscribe. Thank you. Another thing is, like Kalma. Good morning. Hello, Kalma. Where are you based in? It is late where I'm at right now. I'm situated in Canada. It is late where I'm at. But good morning. Good morning. Yeah. So where was I? So essentially, you can see that operating margin is really high. It's at basically close to 40% now, right? But then in Japan they have a high tax rate, right? It's like a 30% plus tax rate, right? So it's like, do we want to be hoarding this cash now and then, or do we want to be spending it more aggressively? I think spending it more aggressively is the way to go. And then the registered users, right? So this is the key thing that I was looking at last time. Is that from the start of fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2020 until Q4, right? It went from around 3.3 million users to around 3.5. Right, so it increased like, sorry, I mean, let's do Q1 until Q1 here. So 3.6, so 3.3, so that's like 300K increase. Ah, nice, nice. I am also based in Vancouver. So technically not good morning. Ah, I see, I see. So everyone just good morning. That's fair, that's fair. Good evening, good morning. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so 3.3 million users to 3.6, that's 300K increase. And then let's see, 3.6 until here is around 3.8, 3.9, let's call it. So like 200 to 300K increase. Okay. And then here to here is let's see, this is a 3.8 to around 4.1, 4.2-ish. Excuse me. So another 300K. So it seems like every 4 quarters they increase around 300K users. I believe that's this is too slow and too marginal. I think they should be, what I want to see is this, right? And there's probably still potential in it. But I need to spend more time. What's nice also is that registered companies, there's more and more companies going in. So let's see, this is 4.2K. Oh, only 4.2K. That's not a lot of companies, honestly. So I feel like users could grow and then registered companies can go. So let's see here. Yeah, what is Japan's labor pool? I would also imagine that like the entire labor pool is not really the total TAM, because there's some certain jobs where you wouldn't really need a professional, wouldn't require a professional LinkedIn profile, for example. So like, for example, like if you were to apply to McDonald's, you apply to some fast food chain, some restaurant chain. I would imagine for entry level jobs, you can literally just go and hand your resume. If I remember correctly, when I watched a Japanese movie in 2021 called "We Made a Beautiful Bouquet," people still do a handwritten type of job application because it demonstrates your handwriting ability. So I guess in what I'm trying to say here is, let me actually, what am I trying to say here? I guess different companies have different methods in screening out potential employees. So potentially the actual total amount of the labor pool is not representative of the total TAM for this company at this juncture, essentially. Yeah. This is thousands of companies. So how is this right? Right? Isn't this 42,000? I don't think they only cater to 4.2K companies. That's not possible. That's too low. I think this is an error, right? Because this is thousands of users, right? So 4.2 million. This is 40,000. So this is 42,000 companies. They want around 35 to around 38, around, okay, 3K companies, and then 38 to around, oh, this is like similar trajectory. What the heck? The 40, and then 40 to, okay. So the growth in the number of companies is also stagnated. So two things I don't like. Okay, note that down. So Alma, I like that little small on screen. What's the profile picture for your YouTube channel or your profile? It looks like an owl to me, but I'm not sure. Yeah, so they didn't forecast, each category, but they say total spend is 3370. If I were to guess, it should be somewhere, it has to do with personnel increase, probably. An increase in personnel costs and potentially some increase in, hopefully, increase in marketing. Hello, Alistair. Good morning as well. Is this a real good morning? Is this a fake good morning? Is it good evening? Is it good afternoon? Is it good night? Buddha Snorlax. Okay, I know Snorlax. I don't know what a Buddha Snorlax. I don't know about a Zen Snorlax. The thing is, Snorlax sleeps, right? So is it meditating or is it sleeping? High level question. High level of the question. Okay, so also expect next year's revenues to go up as well. Dividend staying the same. Future outlook. To connect people with the right opportunities, create a world where work drives passion. Okay. Provide unique value to enable people to be passionate in their work. I don't know how a social media platform can do that, but recruitment marketing, awareness, interest, and applications, blog, social, movies, PR, wantedly visit, recruiting, wantedly hire. I think this is the main thing. Selection, offer, and closing, scheduling, candidate management, progress report, data analysis. Okay, this could have some value. This could candidate management, progress reports, data analysis. I think they could probably bundle some type of, like in terms of add-ons, in terms of into the subscriptions. I think this could be some like an add-on service, like candidate management. Like, oh, you have this many amount of applicants. These are the qualifications of these applicants. Where are they from? Where are they based in? What are the qualifications? I think that's very valuable, if that is what they're doing. I have yet to try it wantedly. I've never used their platform before, so that's maybe something we can do. Is, I think the additional more in-depth analysis would be to actually try out the website. Hopefully, even if I'm not Japanese or I don't have a Japanese phone number, it would still work. All right, he's in a serene meditative pose. All right. Now, when he's in a serene meditative pose, does he get that like snoring bubble coming from his nose? J10, thank you. Appreciate the compliment. Yeah. Have you checked out my Substack? Is that a compliment to my Substack or a compliment to my YouTube? Which one is it? or both. It could be both too. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, if you haven't looked at my Substack, please have a look at my Substack. If you like what I'm doing on the live stream, you'll definitely like what I have on my Substack. Plugging myself in there a little bit. Yeah. Employee engagement, retention, high performance, communication, team management, and welfare benefits. Welfare benefits. Welfare benefits. Interesting. Team management. See, now the thing about this is like, how do they accomplish that, right? How do they accomplish this through their platform, right? Like, because they're not Slack, right? Because in Canada or US, like some companies use Slack, for example, right? And that, sure, that would be good communication. But like, what do they mean by that? And then team management, maybe they can build out additional software like HR based. Sorry guys, I have a little bit of acid reflux, so don't mind me. Oh, J10, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. This is their own analysis. So sales growth decelerated in the latter half of fiscal 2023. Shouldn't be fiscal 2025. This is a typo. Attributed to slower growth in the number of paying companies and a decrease in option sales. I think these are the add-ons is what it's referring to. Aim for continued growth by increasing the number of paying companies over the medium term. Okay. Through strengthened marketing efforts and product price increases accommodated with product enhancements. Okay. Accelerate investment in new business areas. Develop businesses that can foster medium-term growth by reinvesting profits from the core visit business into perk and emerging higher business. Visit business. Okay. Wantedly visit. So this is a core one. Companies easily arrange company visits. Matching based on shared values and mission. Connect people with companies based on shared values regardless of conditions such as salaries, benefits, and company size. This is some weird English wording here, but you know, yeah, regardless if you offer low salaries, low benefits, and have a small company. I mean, sure. The new experience of I'm interested. Meet in a more casual setting. Okay. So wantedly visit. Oh, we have 8 concurrent views now. Nice. Nice. This is okay, guys. If we get above 8, then this will be a new stream record, right? Currently we're at 8 concurrent viewers. If we get above 8, then that'll be an all-time record. Okay, wantedly visit. So employer branding, applications, talent scouting. Okay, we are at 9. How did that happen? How did that happen? Don't cheat the system. Don't just like open up your phone and then live stream on your computer and your phone and your tablet, right? Obviously, you guys can do that. You know, that'd be great. I'm not telling you guys to do that, but that would be interesting. Okay, so users, office workers, freelancers, and students join free of charge, right? That's fair. That's what LinkedIn is about too. Finally, visit employer branding, applications, talent scouting. So you have companies. Companies are the ones that are paying for everything. A subscription plus add-ons, so there's no commissions. They don't generate commissions. It's just like I guess subscription is like a either monthly, annual fee, probably mainly annual. I would say I don't see why they would do a monthly. Add-ons, actually they could do monthly. Like if you have a mom and pop shop in like a ramen restaurant or something, or a startup, you only need to hire for like a month or something. That would be fine. Interesting. Non-HR employees, HR and management. You know what? Can I take a look at the Wantly website? I think that would be interesting. Meet the company you'll love working for. Visit the people you'll love working with. Open doors for new journeys. When you find an exciting company that interests you, simply click want to visit and request a casual chat. Wantly gives you the opportunity to visit companies first, allowing you to get a feel of what it's like to work there. This is the funniest shit if you work as an accountant, honestly. If you work as an accountant, this is probably really hilarious. Make way for your dream job. Not all jobs are made equal, but we're here to help you uncover the job you're passionate about. At Wantly, surely you'll meet future teammates who share the same values you do. I mean, that's hard to say until you actually work with someone, right? Oh, okay, there is an app. Interesting. Log in and sign up. Okay, I don't want to do that now. But employers, let's see what the terminal looks like for employers. Tell stories, build brands, hire talent. There's an easier way to recruit. Wantly is a hiring platform that helps you build, strengthen, and communicate your employer brand to hire the right talents for your company. Find purpose-driven candidates are excited to join your team. Okay, so a list of companies. Reach out and engage with over 90,000 candidates who are using our platform to plan for their next career step. Research shows that 65% of job seekers say that not knowing or disagreeing with a company's mission and values is a deal breaker when considering a future employer. I think if you raise this question in a survey, depending on how you ask this question, then yes, it would skew the result. But if I think in true realistic terms, it's how much you know, it's really the salary. I mean, you know, this is something you like the mission, the mission value and that kind of stuff is stuff you prepare for the interview process, so you know what to touch on. But I don't know how many people actually, you know, agree with that. By going beyond the job post, you will find candidates who share the same values as your team. Okay, I'm skeptical, but bring your company culture to life. Go beyond the job post. Showcase your company's vision, mission, and values. Unlimited hiring. With unlimited job posts and viable candidates, you can build a strong talent pool for all your hiring needs now and in the future. Start discovering 90,000 candidates across various industries. Oh, nice. 90,000 candidates. Build your employer brand from editorial to photography, social boosts, and more. Wantly can help you develop, communicate, and amplify your employer brand to attract quality candidates. Exceptional customer service. Okay. Boost your company profile. This is like Tinder. This is like Tinder or Hinge for companies and hiring. It feels like Wantly's marketing suite will be deployed to enhance and grow your brand presence to our vast network of users and target audience, like email, communication, social media, and more. Oh, they have pricing plans. I'd like to take a look at that. Oh, this is SG, so this is Singapore. Oh, interesting. They have a Singapore website. Okay, so this is very interesting. So if they can grow beyond a real GM from Abu Dhabi. Nice. Good morning. Good morning. What is have you had breakfast? What is a typical breakfast or drink? You might be drinking coffee or some tea. You know. Well, how do you start your morning in Abu Dhabi? Okay, so SG. So let's what's Singapore dollars to USD? SG to USD. What is that? So what's $100? Oh, 78. So if we do the what do they have? Wow, 1,300 a month. Okay, let's look at it. So there's free. There's a starter kit to help you meet the right talent. Everything you need to kick off your successful social hiring. Okay, so if that's the basic, a customize. That's a software as a business. What is CAS? Again. Containers as a service. This is a cloud-based service that allows organizations to manage and deploy containerized applications. Essentially, it provides infrastructure and tools to run and scale containers, packages of software with all their dependencies in the cloud. SaaS is a subset of infrastructure as a service. It's often used for microservices architecture. Client accounting advisory, that's not applicable here. It helps manage and deploy apps using container-based abstractions. Okay, all I can abstract here is basically they're not just doing one software. It's like a group of software, which is what they offer, which is like not just one. Yeah, it does feel like Hinge. Honestly, it looks like Hinge, honestly, but more expensive. Okay, what's 449? 350 and then 1299, 1,000. Okay, okay. So it seems like this is a good growth opportunity because like they are able to increase number of employer companies, expansion beyond Japan. I like that. So i.e. Singapore. Is there a Japanese website? Okay, well, let's finish with this one first. Services tailored to your hiring needs. Scouts for talents directly. Develop your employer brand. Customer success. Journey support. Boost your brand presence. Boost. I mean, I've seen that in dating apps. Want to leave, visit, and meetups. Woods Inc. Production is able to showcase their company culture to a larger pool of audience. This does seem like a dating app, but for like a employer-employee basis, right? Let's look at one case study here. What looks interesting? This one looks interesting. Let's take a look at this case study. Woods Inc. Production is able to showcase their company culture to a larger pool of audience. Dare to be different. Hoods Inc. specializes in branded content from inception to consumption. With a customer-first approach and focus leading to diversity in its product and services, from sitcoms to dramas, webisodes to commercials, feature films, music videos. We provide our audience with the best. We are bold and experimental, using 360 technology, virtual studios, able to adapt to ever-changing client and consumer needs, and we're looking for individuals who dare to be different with us. How was hiring like at Hoods before Wandily? We struggled to find the right fit. Most applicants were a mismatch for what we were looking for, as we were not able to extensively talk about the company and what we do. Candidates did not have a good grasp about the media production industry, with some misconception about the roles we were looking to fill in. Prior to Wantily, candidates applied to us directly, and this meant that we have no clear means of consolidating these applicants and managing the process seamlessly with a platform. A great pitch. Ethan, being on the Wantily platform has definitely upped our visibility in the talent pool market. As a company, we like to stay under the radar and tend to let our projects speak for themselves. With hiring, we find that we'll need to put a lot of work to clarify what we do, who we are, and share more about our culture and what goes on behind the scenes of production. We are able to pitch ourselves easily on the platform and likewise get applicants to do the same to ensure the right match. As a result, the caliber of applicants were much higher than before. The shortlisting process was also much faster and smoother, as we see serious applicants who made a conscious effort to do their research and understand us better. What's next for the Hood? To be a part of the Hood, we're looking for self-motivated individuals who have passion, commitment, combined with a strong work ethic and able to adapt to a continuously changing environment. We've had 5 successful applicants, one of whom just completed their short-term stint with us and will continue to freelance for future long-form projects. Another 2 who's been with us for just under a year. We're looking for trial another candidate on a freelance basis before pursuing a possible full-time position. Okay, interesting. So I think what it points down to is employer-employee fit. This employer has like a certain vibe to them, a certain type of corporate culture. You can tell from this picture, and probably when you in typical application process where you mainly look at like a resume and employer profile, like you just see the job posting, right? You don't get this type of depth. You don't get this you don't get to showcase the differentiation of your company to your employees, right? And it seems like having the right match is very important for those type of companies. So in cases where the company has a requirement on the type of talent they're looking for, and the talent is also looking for a certain type of company, this works well. It generally it feels to me like, you know, the employers create their own dating profile, and then the employees make their own dating profile. That's kind of what it looks like. Is there a JP version of this? Okay, English JP. Oh man. Okay, I might as well experiment, right? Let me see if I can just log in with Google here. I'll put it to the side. Well, I have to put my name. Okay. Oh man, I have to put my date of birth and that kind of stuff. Hmm. Okay, okay. All right. Let's see if there's anything here. Well, what can we see here? So jobs. We're looking for a web app director who will bring our clients' imaginations to life. Sure, let's take a look at that. What does this look like? Oh, so you see the potential employees that you're going to work with. That's interesting. Huh. So this is interesting because if you have a team, right, then you can see who you're going to be working with in the future, and just see their style. You can see what clothes they wear. You know, I'm the CEO of Togoman. I've been an engineer for a long time. Okay, yeah, just the name. The name. Okay, so everyone but the CEO is kind of interesting. What we do. Okay. Why do we do what we do? Togelman is a digital creative production company that uses digital technology to maximize the appeal of corporate products and services. Digital content, XR content. Okay. What do we do? The reason we are undertaking these initiatives is to use digital technology and creativity to provide experiences that go beyond our customers' imagination and shape the future of society as a whole. Wow. Shape the future of society as a whole? Okay. Our brand slogan is let's explore the unknown together. I mean, you're always going to explore the unknown, right? But we want to create many first-time experiences in the world with technological ideas and creativity that resonate with people. We believe that first-time experiences enrich people's hearts and give them energy for the future. Team personality types. Wow, this does look like. You do your MBTI now. The CEOs are like an INTJ type thing. And then they have other jobs, where they're located, how many members, when was it founded. Oh, okay, this is interesting. So I'd say this is more interesting for sure than what you see on LinkedIn. So that's kind of cool. It's on aggressive business strategies. Lead your business to grow. Our business is expanding smoothly, but we expect it to expand further by actively investing in marketing in the future. And for someone who can take on aggressive financing. Okay. Okay, so this is definitely like a more engaging. I think younger people will definitely enjoy this a lot more. I don't know if this is valued by someone who's like over the age of, I want to say 50. But I think for younger generation, this is way more approachable. Is whenever I see a job posting, I just see a blank piece of paper with like, what is our company culture, our mission, job description, skills and qualifications, and that's it, right? We're completely in the unknown in terms of who the HR manager is, who's running this company, who's running the team. We don't know, but this really personalizes and makes it less of a guessing game in our own head of who these people are, and makes it more approachable for sure. Yeah, that's what I feel. Cool. Hmm. Now, could this be a bad thing? Could it be a bad thing that this appeals to the younger generation, right? Maybe it excludes the older generation, right? Maybe they find this a little bit too. Why'd the stock go down so much? Has it gone down a lot? I mean, it doesn't look like it to me. Oh, I mean, yeah, as in the entire timeline, right? I can only speculate what it is, but it's potentially because they have, anytime you have a high growth company, right? Anytime you essentially, this is my deduction. I don't know if it's true or not. But anytime you have rapid revenue growth, right? And then it stagnates, like it drops a little bit, and then they resume. So they had 2 years where it's like around 3 billion yen, and then 15% growth, 26% growth, and then it stagnates again, right? If this is truly like a LinkedIn, right, the increase in membership should be exponential. It should not be like this, right? That's not what you want to see. So essentially what I think happens is, they have investors have high expectations on the company, so then it trades at a growth multiple, and then over time potentially what happens in this company is like, look at these multiples, right? Over time it's like, okay, we're not growing as fast as we thought it would be before, right? We're cash flow positive, we're very profitable, our margins are great, but the caveat is that, okay, now, you know, like we're not going as fast as we thought we would go. We're not turning into the company that we wanted to go. So you had high expectations and I wouldn't say high expectations, low execution, but it's like they probably overpromised and then underdelivered. If I were to guess, because I haven't had a chance to look at their other previous IPs, I would say. Excuse me. Recommend job postings, recommend system, recommend candidates. So one thing you guys didn't see when I was doing the application process, when I was just creating my new account, it asked me, okay, what type of jobs am I interested in, or what industries, I guess. So I picked. I didn't see finance at first, so I picked like business management, and then after I clicked business management, a related field was finance and accounting and yada yada yada. And then it asked me, where do I currently work, and whether I'm looking for, like it asked me for a previous job experience, and then it asked me, okay, what field am I interested in working in? That's the part we didn't see, and I guess this is similar to dating apps as well. Like in terms of algo, it's like, oh, what are you looking for? What are your previous experiences? And it matches you to a potential employer. 6622. I could do a special request. Give me a second here. Yeah, our strength was with millennials, Generation Z, and then growing web industry. This makes a lot of sense to me because after you look at the website, it's cool looking, it's more engaging, it's more personable, and these are things that this group of people would be looking towards. And this is the good target market, right? Like you probably don't see 50 and above using this technology. Yeah, 29, 30, 39. I think these are the two demographics. And as this group gets older, right, and enters like the 40s enters the 50s, right? You should actually see an increase in membership because they're already tech adapted, right? If they're tech adapted individuals, let's say in their late 30s, for example, they're tech adapted, right? So the people who don't use this tech are going to get out of the market anyways, and then the people who know how to use, don't mind using wantedly, would be using it. Developer, designer, sales, marketing, director, corporate, yeah. So so tech jobs are one of the core users of this platform, which is interesting. So then I remember last time I had the stream, someone mentioned that there's another company that is a, what do you call it, a HR platform that specializes in offering jobs for people who want software engineer type of jobs. So if 27% of this company's postings are for this type of occupation, then we need to analyze essentially in the categories that you're trying to cater to, who are the top dogs, right? So that's another thing. Yeah, so I just want to get a feel for, there are a lot of generalist platforms like Wonderly that you can be a different type of company, many different type of companies, or do you want to be a specialized one? Right, like if you're looking for a software engineering job, you would go to this website because all the software engineering jobs companies would post on this website, right? What I like about the fact that 27% is from developers, like this is if you look at the salaries for developers, right, the people most willing to pay for this type of service are the software engineering companies, right? These tech companies that require software engineering jobs, I should say, right? So if this is actually a good indicator to me that if you get a group of people who are willing to pay the most, like that's a good sign. Yeah, so here it says 42K. It said 4.2K earlier, so I sanity checked that correctly. They have some errors in their IP. Web and mobile, yeah, consulting, system integration, package software, retail and distribution, marketing, architecture, staffing. Okay, food and beverage is very low. So yeah, so entry level jobs tend to be a really low category for them. So they're not looking for entry level jobs. They're looking for. Just think about it. Like if you spend $1,000 a month, let's say, looking for candidates, that's 12K a year. What type of company would spend that amount of money to hire, right? So developer role, it makes a lot of sense. Improving various KPIs for strengthening the sales organization and enhancing the product. Number of paid companies and price. That's very normal. Increase the number of leads acquired through improved digital marketing strategies. I hope so. Around 20% increase for new contracts starting January 2024. That's already happened. So I think this number is also incorrect. We will continue to implement price revisions as appropriate. Product strategies. Increase active users by enhancing strategies to engage potential career changers. Improve scout match rates by updating our recommendation algorithm. Engagement suite, supporting the creation of self-sustaining organizations. Comprised of 3 products. Provide support for creating an environment where employees can be passionate in their work, solving telecommunicating challenges, prevent decreased employee motivation due to less face-to-face communication. Perk. Employees perks provide the latest services to enrich employee work environments. Over 1,000 services with special offers. Discounted services that support users in their day-to-day challenges, employee benefits that are easy to implement. Yeah, so companies will offer coupons and whatnot to platform users, right? Subscription and they have to pay a subscription, additional user charge as well. Yeah, so they're getting paid to redistribute coupons as perks to employees of companies. Interesting. So this could be definitely a growth driver for them in the future. And there's a lot of cross-selling potential, right? So if you were exclusively on want to leave perk, right, and you say, hey, I need to hire someone, and so there's some good cross benefits here, right? And then if you're already a employer on a website, they can provide perks to other companies as well. I wish they would publish something on their churn rate and type of stuff. Team management. This looks interesting. A company newsletter that enable members to share common goals and feel sense of unity. Pulse team management. Surveys allow managers to assess employee satisfaction and make improvements to employee experience. Monthly hire. New product release, a modern hiring platform. Modern application tracking system with customizable templates, hiring process, reporting, as well as automated interview scheduling and app integration. Right, so this could be their another growth platform for them because they have the Wantedly Visit, right? Wantedly Visit, all right. I believe this was called Visit. But a hiring platform, I think, would generate additional sales, and like this is something that they can upsell current employers on. Yeah, tracking system. It also keeps them sticky, right? So if you have a tracking system for new hires, right, and you're constantly, let's say you're a big corporation that constantly hires and needs to, do scheduling, application, yada yada yada. This could make their product more sticky in the long run. So this looks interesting. So this could be okay. This is another growth avenue. So expansion, adding additional add-ons and features to their existing subscription offering. I think that's really good. Right, so this is they're around 11% of their market share that they can tap into. And in terms of employers, it's only 8%. So there's still a lot of growth potential. And one thing the market's not understanding is like this doesn't have to be necessarily the case, right? Like they're at a stage where, you know, it could be like a fiscal year 2019, 2020 type of, you know, stagnation, and then they could have some event that, you know, allows them to penetrate the market further, right? So this is 2 years, but they could be a scenario where, hey, it just suddenly increases by 20%, right? And if that were to happen, then the company would also, you know, their valuation could re-rate and improve. $1 trillion hiring and engagement. Use fees for the 3 products and engagement. X number of SMEs and large profit. Hiring. Average estimated use fees for hiring services, employee number. Pricing model. Combine subscription and pay-as-you-go plans. Separate hiring and engagement fees. Plans effective. Okay, so subscription is $60K to $220K, so that is $600 to around 2.2K. USD wise, this is like, sorry, just $400 to around 1.5K a month. Budget periods is 6 to 12 months, 24 months. Unlimited job postings and contact with applicants. Engagement, 27K yen per month. 270 bucks, so around 180 bucks. Contract periods of 12 or 24 months. Each product, 350 yen per person. Purchase licenses in units of 10. Perk point. So this is, I think this is just perks, the one where companies will give perks to employees. From 100,000 yen per item hiring. From 100,000 yen per item, mainly talent scouting, advertising, content creation. What are they charging 660 bucks for? And don't care about ESG. Founded in 2010. Released in 2012, so 2 years to release, or a year and a half-ish to release. Monthly visit and then monthly people. In 2017, they started in Singapore, so okay. There's definitely geographical expansion opportunity. Monthly story, pulse, and perk, and then monthly hire. So they're building out more stuff. I think they could continue to definitely continue to execute, right? I like this. I'll wrap up the rest on my own time. Okay, we had a special request in 6622, Alistair. Thank you. I'm gonna take a look, quickly have a look at that. Don't mind me if I can't spend that much time on it. I'm gonna set a timer for 50 minutes and have a look at this company. Daihin Corporation. If you don't mind, I'm gonna quickly grab a drink. My throat is getting a little dry, so I'll be right back. Give me just 5 minutes. Oh, my audio's on. All right, hello everybody. I am back. I made myself a cup of warm ginger water. Okay, Daihen. I've not looked at this company before. So Daihen Corporation manufactures and sells transformers, welding machines, industrial and clean transport robots. The company operates through power equipment business, welding and mechatronics business, semiconductor related equipment business, and others. It offers transformers, power distribution equipment, solar inverters, and others, and welding, cutting machines such as CO2, MAG, TIG, MIG, DC-AC, plasma welding, and cutting submerged arc. Okay, I don't know what the hell a lot of that meant. And resistance welding machines, balls welding and cutting torches. Okay. More welding, thermal spray machines, and welding accessories. The company also provides robots, teach pendant sensors for robot welding, positioners, sliders, PC software, and welding power sources and welding peripherals for robots. Okay. Main transfer robots, wireless power transfer system. First, the company manufactures electronic devices, luminaire, stabilizers, clarifiers, switches, housing equipment. Okay, I'm going to quickly read through this. There's a lot. Additionally, is involved in installation, repair, inspection, maintenance, and rebuilding of transformers and switchgear systems, manufacture, processing, and coding of transformer parts, dispatch of personal health, welfare, and pension work for employees. Okay, basically I have a lot going on. Okay. Let's quickly take a look. Profitability. How profitable is the welding industry? ROE. Okay, decent ROE. There's really low ROA. Operating margin has been increasing, but has been consistently above 5%. Gross profit margins has been declining, so this shows me an increase in COGS. SG&A has gone down though. SG&A has gone down, so that's good. Income margins have been increasing, which is also good. Okay. EBIT margins probably increased as a result of a reduction in SG&A. That's what it looks like. Legit ROIC. Okay. Okay, they have debt. So they have a cash position and then quite a bit of debt. Cash might be for daily operations. Could be. Debt, pay down, raise more debt. I wonder how competitive this company is. This industry is. Seems like it could be very competitive because if they have to spend. Well, actually, I can look at the cash flow right now. Take a look at how much they're spending. So let's see, R&D, RNA, sorry, DNA. How come I'm saying DNA? Yeah, relatively. What? So they have capex. Wonder if they expanded a factory or something. What was all that needed for though? Alistair, do you know why they needed that much debt? Well, they raised even more debt and then paid it down a little bit. Okay. Interesting. Okay, it's increased like 20%-ish. Years ago. Increase. This barely increased 5%, 10% though. That's not good. Operating income. Here to here looks good. This here to here is I. Is a interesting. So SUNA has gone flat slash down. RD is spinning quite similar. I mean, it's always good if revenue can increase 20% and then SG&A stays flat. Good. And as a percentage of revenue, it's probably a decline as well. Okay. I don't understand why they needed that much cash. Huge short-term debt issuance and a huge long-term debt issuance. Cash acquisitions to finance something. But this is a really small transaction. Okay, cash acquisition, investment. Okay, let's take a look at the company. Quickly have a look. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to set my cooking timer to 15 minutes. I'll spend too much time on this. Okay. English. Do we have English? Okay. Energy management, transformer, solar inverter, power distribution. Okay. Factory automation, industrial robots, clean transfer robots, wireless power transfer, AI transfer robots, material processing, RF and MW, generators and automatic matching for plasma applications. Yeah. Copper alloy 3D additive manufacturing. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at cash flow from financing and see what they say. Yeah, in their commentary of CFF. Okay, cash flow from financing activities result in cash outflow of this much, primarily due to purchase. What? Which period is this? May 8th. So this is recent. What? They've been acquiring companies to expand in the power equipment sector. Okay. Thanks for that, Alistair. Okay, I'm gonna quickly look at their cash flow statement here. I feel a little bit behind on this company. Double check. Wow, so they have number one market share then. They account for 65% of global welding robotics revenue. Oh, guess they're a leader in that then. 21178. Does that match? Is it? They don't have the most recent quarter of information. Then. That's annoying, frustrating. Yeah. Okay, so operating activities, it's increase. Investing, spend more on capex. Purchase of shares of subsidiaries. Purchase of shares of subsidiaries resulting in change in scope of consolidation. Of entity of subsidiaries resulting in change in scope. These two. 4 billion in 35 And long-term debt. Okay, so I have to refinance some debt, pay some dividends. Repay back short-term borrowings. Borrow more debt. Payment of long-term debt. Mainly into industrial robots. Okay. What is your view of the industry? This is new to me. So like, what is your view of the industry? Where do you see it heading? Yeah, what is your view of like the application of these industrial robots in terms of welding robots? I'm gonna quickly take a look at their current debt levels real quick. So, so what we can do. Not today's price, but it's okay. It should do. Oh, okay. A 1 billion market cap company, USD wise. Is their dividend 168? So increased slightly, but not a lot. 2.6%. Okay, generate more cash. Actually, that's hard to say, honestly. Cash deposits 30 billion. Yeah, they definitely need a lot of cash on their balance sheet in order to slash debt vehicles in order to, maintain their inventory or to produce properly. Investments in capital, investment securities. I would say that those are the same thing then. Sorry, those can be lumped into long-term investments. What I mean. Okay. Good. Very little lease liabilities here. Oh, so much debt. Is that it? Yep. Yep. One times. Okay, one times present. Very capital. Sure. I can do multiple quarters. Let's do 2024 in here. It's okay. They're focusing mainly on semiconductor and renewable energy infrastructure. So another space that I'm not very familiar with, that I know a lot of people are familiar with, is the semiconductor industry. What is their? Do they have a competitive advantage in the semiconductor industry? And when did they make that transition from welding to, or have they always been in that? And then renewable energy, do you think that is taking it away from their core focus, or this is a good use of capital? What do you think? And feel free to, like, if you don't have an answer to something, obviously I don't know how much time you spent on that company, right? If you don't know the answer, it's perfectly okay to be like, I don't know, because that the same applies to me as well. There's definitely a lot of these companies that my first time looking at, and then a lot of industries I admittedly don't know anything about. Yeah. So one of the key players in semiconductor power supply infrastructure, which has only a few key players. Okay, nice, good information. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me look back on the margins, just sort of refresh my memory on it. I mean, for a capital intensive business, this is not bad. It's not great, but not bad. ROA is really low though. ROE is not bad. I was thinking about what I feel. Okay, 22 dropped all the way to mid single digits. Now it's gone up to growth multiples at one point. And now it is it's kind of like an in between, seems like. Okay, so beginning last year went up a lot. Tanked, recovered, tanked, and is recovering. Okay, so Alistair, what do you think is the growth story for this company, right? Like where do you see revenue getting? Because if I recall correctly, they didn't grow revenue that much. So how is it possible that they are trading at these like semi-growth multiples right now? Hold on, did I get that right? Hold on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And they're forecasting flat revenue, right? Okay, where do we see? What is your opinion on their acquisitions? Like, do you think the acquisitions have been, they're buying at good multiples and then growing, or is this growth multiple due to some type of like unrealized acquisition synergy that the market is embedding? Because that could be why the multiples are where they are. Is like because of their recent acquisitions, they believe that there's some acquisition synergies. They're tapping into a market that is in a growth trajectory. Um, yeah, that would make sense for these multiples to exist. Yeah, so okay, the humble answer to my question, because the time is up. Sorry, I could spend more time on this, but the humble answer is I don't know enough about this company and the industries that's within that it is in for me to give you a very, good, answer. I would say purely just from looking at that company, right? It does have quite a bit of debt. Um, yes, you said they used it to finance some things, but I believe that they have this much debt probably because of the business model in which they operate under, which is one that is quite capital intensive, right? Um, this doesn't look cheap, but depending on the growth opportunities that you see with it and where you see revenues going, like I don't know enough to tell you like what is a plausible growth trajectory. Okay, there could be. Okay, let's take a look at consensus. Yeah, but they say it's 230, right, billion, and okay, 230 billion, EBIT of 19, so higher than forecasted 10 times. So if the angle is that they continue to grow through acquisition and consolidate the industry, and they can continue to take up market share, they're expanding into categories that are with major tailwinds, then I can understand this valuation. This valuation is very understandable and very reasonable, but do I see a major gap in the valuation? I don't know enough to determine that. Yeah, that would be my answer to your question. But no, thank you for bringing this up. I'm happy to always go over other people's ideas. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna copy the structure and apply it to 3723. Let's create a structure here so I don't have to repeat these things. This is fine. I can reset this from It's late enough. We can take a look at what the valuation is today. Barely moved. Welcome. I see that there's potentially some new viewers here. If you are new, feel free to engage in the chat, ask me any questions that you may have, and if you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe. Oops, accidentally closed. Oh no, I did. Quickly reset because I did have this in the other day. So 1, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, so the thing about Nihon Falcom is because they have so much cash on their balance sheet, you know, they're cheap on an enterprise value basis essentially because they have so much cash. So it's one of those scenarios that, hey, if they were able to get bought out, that would be very good for the stock. Yeah, what I like about them is that they have established an IP that demonstrates that fans are coming back to their franchises and being willing to pay the money for their releases. Yeah, what I don't like is, relying on their two major IPs, NYS series and The Legend of Heroes. Yeah. Growth opportunities. So they have a new release. So according to another reader that was in the group chat yesterday, he mentioned that, or 2 days ago, he mentioned that there's a new title that's coming up that could be a dominant IP. So being established in Tokyo. What is it called? Double check. Game. No problem, Alistair. Maybe that wasn't very helpful. I'm sorry. Yeah. But you can feel free to share with us your thesis. That would be interesting too. Tokyo Xanadu. Tokyo Xanadu. Nintendo Switch. Why are these not the most recent ones? Why are these the Tokyo Xanadu game? Okay, so Okay, 2015 PS Vita, 2016 PlayStation 4, 2017. So this version on Steam, Nintendo Switch. So I remember, if I recall correctly, excuse me, they do have a new version coming out, or it's already come out for Tokyo Xanadu. That was recent. Let me just take a look at my files that I have it. So the AR, I have the FS, I have the semi-AR, and I have the AP. IP. Okay. Let's quickly recap about what I like about this company. We can do EBIT margins. Net income margins are fine too. Look at that. Even though it's declining, it still has EBIT margin of 50%, which is really impressive. SG&A has increased recently. So that's probably why. So they probably increased their wages. Hello, Khaled. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Game Company of Champions. %90 gross profit margins. Income margins of 30 cents. Oh, let's do that. Stable and stagnant revenues at 2.5 billion yen. Now the biggest question is, how can they grow? How can they create more IP? That's hard to determine. I personally don't game as much, and I've never played Persona. So this is where like an investor's edge is in being a gamer is really nice. Is if they genuinely have, like, if you're an investor and you're a gamer and you can play these games and you say, hey, this game is the next up and coming Persona, and you have conviction in that, that's a lot of value. But it's not something I can personally do. I guess you could supplement it by looking at some YouTube reviews, I guess, if you don't have it yourself. But I think gaming is one of those things where it's like, it's much, I guess it's much better if you can have your own stance on things. But you can definitely watch some YouTube reviews. Yeah. I have a lot of cash. 9.8 billion. Hey, Callan, this question for you because I've never played Persona before. I know it's based on a high school, right? But what would you say is the population of people, like the age demographic of people who play Persona? Are they mainly younger people or people who grew up playing Persona in their high school ages and then have kind of gone older into their young adult, later adult stage of life? Or do you see a pretty, widespread, you know, do you see people like who are a lot older than the high school age playing this game? Because for me, for example, anime, I don't like watching any high school animes because it just feels like it's a part of my life that I'm kind of gone past. Like I like watching like slice of life anime or something that's just unrelated to like age. So like for example, Demon Slayer, you can enjoy that, regardless of your age, right? But like more of the high school romance, high school that comedy, high school anything high school based is like for me personally, I don't watch that kind of stuff. Just because I feel I'm older. So it's the same thing for gaming, right? So if I pick up a game and it's like, oh, this is the characters are based in high school, it's like it doesn't really it's something I would personally play. But do you think that the fan base or yeah, the fan base persona, what's their age demographic like? Hmm. Mm, okay, I'm gonna quickly deal with this real quick. Maybe. Sorry guys, I'm trying to the document's not syncing properly, so just give me a sec to figure out this technical issue and then continue writing. What is going on? Can you load, please? Okay, we're back. Like, this is a scenario where it's like I don't need you to have like such high margins. Like, of course, EBIT margin 50% is great, but it's like, yeah, you're optimizing for that, but like you're hoarding so much cash, right? And then you're basically putting all your eggs in two baskets. Of course, this basket has worked out. It's like no, yeah, concentration is good here, but I believe that there's definitely capacity to hire more employees. And like, let's say you sacrifice 10% EBIT margins, right, for 40% EBIT margins, or even 20% of margins for, because you're paying us so much in cash, in taxes. You're paying literally, 15% of this in taxes, correct? And so like, why do that? Why not spend 20% of this, right, of your EBIT on more employees? Let's say, what would that look like? 20 to 30 more employees, and then create your next IP. Invest in a new IP, like IP that you can make. What this looks like to me is like management is already okay. We have two golden gooses, so we'll just continue milking it. Type of ordeal. Whereas like if you want to take this to the next stage of, next stage, and you got to create more titles, right? And I guess JRPGs are niche, but yeah, I feel like they can definitely create something more. I guess they can do that with Tokyo Xanadu, but then it feels like with the number of titles, they have 5 title releases for this IP in the last, since 2016, 2015, I think. So in the last 10 years, you release one title for this every 2 years, and then some of them are just cross-platform releases. So you initially released it on PS4 and then went out on the stream, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Let me see if there's other IPs, because I should double check that honestly. Okay, and then turn off this wanted leasing. Okay, so other things. So they have Race Trail. So this is Legend of Heroes still. Excuse me. Trails of Blue. Okay, same thing. Trails of Cold. I think anything with trails is probably the same crap, right? Trails in the Sky. Trails of Cold Steel. Yes. Okay, this is all Legend of Heroes then. Yeah, let's see these two. Okay, let me just do that first. Trails of Time. Trails. Okay. Trajectory of the World. What are these two? Dragon Slayer Hero. EGG console. What is this? EGG console. Nintendo Switch. this might be their previous old games that they've adapted to like a modern console, is my interpretation of that. Trail of Cold Steel, The Path of Creation, or Nintendo Switch, PS5. So they made a PS5 version and released it 5 years old then. Interesting. So yeah, literally the only thing is YS, and they have 3 titles: Legend of Heroes, YS, and then Nordics. Tokyo's Odyssey. Pretty much it. Pretty much it. Hmm. Yeah, they're not investing enough. Div yield 0.9%. I think either they need to increase div yield or like, like yeah, so they have created like merchandise and music and that kind of stuff, but enough. Just quickly review their IP. They only have sales. Not even a sales breakdown. Multiple new titles. I do think they need to be creating more IP for sure. Yeah, it's such a simple one. It's like I'm just trying to see if there's any additional data that can point towards like more growth opportunities. So I'm trying to look at. Okay, everybody. It's been 2 hours and 45 minutes. I'm gonna take a 20-minute break, and I'll be back in 20 minutes to continue the stream. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Okay, everyone, welcome back. So where do we leave off? Oh, right. So 3723 Nihon Falcom. We're just trying to see if there's any additional information that could point us in the direction that they're growing. Yeah. Curious how many employees they had in the past. 66 seems very lean. It seems like, okay, now we've created 2 hit titles and now we're just keeping our workforce extremely lean, and that's why our margins are so good. Company places importance on profitability and has always achieved high levels of profit margins through high management efficiency. That is definitely the case here. However, the company aims to achieve sustainable growth while maintaining its operating margins by promoting its own development of Nintendo Switch games, multi-use and multi-platform development, expanding the number of titles released, and creating new IP, content, and games. So I guess you could say that one potential area that they can improve on, of course I'm still a novice in gaming, is that, you know, so releasing their titles to more game consoles and what do you call it? So this would be PS5, Switch, and our cross platforms. So I think this is PC and mobile. Because they already created the game, right? It's essentially porting it to other places. The game-related industry, the global game market is showing signs of recovery, while the domestic game market continues to remain strong, especially for home game consoles. Domestic PC game market is also continuing to expand, and indie games made by small-scale developers also attracting attention. Although competition is fierce, inquiries for high-quality content are generally strong. Medium to long-term company management strategy. Based on the know-how and brand that we have cultivated since our founding, we'll promote the creation of management foundation with a good balance between offense and defense. The key to our offense is to place emphasis on challenging new fields, maintaining mainly home game consoles, smartphone apps, and online games, and innovating development technology. The key to our defense is to tackle themes such as further development of speed and quality and human resource development. Aim to steadily solidify our footing and realize a corporate structure that can continue to grow. See, like currently, I don't know if they're really on the offensive though, right? Like it feels like, okay, sometimes in these cases, like the best offense is the best defense, right? Like, yes, they have YS and the Legend of Heroes, right? But if those titles become someday kind of like obsolete, or the fan base just isn't there, right? Because either they're falling behind on technology or falling behind on graphics, right? Then the only way to stay relevant is to create something that is, you know, more cutting edge, like has the latest graphics, has like, what people are looking for in these type of games, right? And we can see that with essentially what's the other game company? What's that company called? Give me one sec. Not Gundam, it's something. Just a sec. 3932 is Akatsuki. So Akatsuki is putting a lot of money. So they actually trade at a negative enterprise value. They're not as profitable, but they're reinvesting their cash flows into creating something new and more exciting. And they talk about like 3D graphics, that kind of stuff. So they are doing that, right? So they're being on the offensive. But here it feels like they say offense, but I feel like it's more of a defensive strategy, right? Where they're like doing things to maintain the relevance of their games, right? And cater to their current customer base, which could be risky, yeah, honestly. This is I don't think this is like a competitive advantage. I don't think this is really offensive. This is something that should be already done to defend their market share, right? Or to provide their fan base what they want. But the question is, how do they increase revenue? I don't think this will substantially increase their revenue. It won't take them from their current level to the next level, and that's the question, right? Like, this will only partially, let's say they're, by being on all platforms, right? All major platforms, and they can increase their revenue by 10%, but it's only 10%, right? If they want to double revenues, if they want to increase it by 50%, for example, right? Then they need another IP. Yeah. Longer development periods. In our case, the development period of a game software production ranges from 6 months to as long as 2 or 3 years. Because of a lengthy development period, there is a possibility that the development period at the planning stage may differ from the actual development period. In addition, the functions required for products become more advanced due to recent technological innovations. The development period may become longer, which may affect our business performance. So yeah, that's the thing, right? They have 66 employees, right? If a title takes 2 or 3 years to develop, what if it becomes a dud? Like, if it becomes a dud, then essentially you have one of 2 titles that are performing, right? And what if both of them become duds? All right, will that result in the demise of the entire company, right? And let's say those are duds. How much cash is really required as a safety net, right? I don't think they need that much cash as a safety net. You can argue maybe like 3 or 4 billion yen of cash can be a safety net, but definitely not that much. And if they have that much cash, they should definitely put some in as like an investment security. It's not hold it as cash. That's just really, really dumb, in my opinion. Users may abandon the games for game content IP may become obsolete, which could have an impact on our business performance, including licensing. The company will continue to release existing titles while also creating new IP, but the thing is that the rate of this is happening is very low. IP, although we aim to obtain patent rights, trademark rights as necessary for newly developed products that may be subject to intellectual property protection, we cannot guarantee that we'll be able to obtain such rights if our technology, know-how, titles are not protected by patent laws. Okay, yada yada yada. We regard our human resource strategy is one of the most important business priorities, and we recognize that in order to expand our business in the future, in addition to our existing staff, it is essential that we secure and develop personnel with sufficient knowledge and skills, particularly in the field of development. However, if we are unable to secure a sufficient number of qualified personnel, this could restrict our business expansion, could have an adverse effect on our business performance and other aspects, such as causing opportunity losses. In order to secure excellent human resource and minimize company does not neglect basic compensation and implements a performance-based compensation program. In addition, the company plans to make an effort to secure the necessary human resources by utilizing recruitment services. That could be wantedly. Problem of unauthorized copying and privacy. I mean, this was the case to PSPs as well, right? This game was heavily the YS series was heavily copied on PSP. Yeah, it's not something that they can do. There's only something like Sony or Nintendo can do. It's not really up to them, I believe. Infectious diseases. Okay, so in the game-related industry during the fiscal year, the global game market is showing signs of recovery, while the domestic game market continues to remain strong, centered on home game consoles. The domestic PC game market also continues to expand, and any games produced and developed on a small scale are also attracting attention. Competition is fierce. I think they said that already. Company has been committed to creating game content and software that will please our users. I wish they did list this in like a list form rather than having it in a paragraph. It's hard to read. I wonder how much revenues or profits they sacrifice by licensing their title in Chinese and Korean to a different. I guess they would get a lump sum or some type of licensee or royalty fee, but then I wonder how much sacrifice they would have. But I guess it keeps their corporate structure lean and that they have less employees. If they would need to hire people who knew Chinese and Korean to translate the game, it would be probably it would be additional employees for not much purpose. But potentially, yeah, outsourcing that is better. NIS America, Konami, Sony Interactive, Cloud Leopard. Okay, future outlook. In the next fiscal year, we will continue to develop the Legend of Heroes. Kai no Kiseki Farewell, Ozimuria. In January 2025, we plan to release the music album. Okay, in addition to currently, I don't even know how much revenue they generate from music albums. I don't know if it's large or small. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Currently, we're working on multiple new projects, including Tokyo Xanadu. Good. Increase the number of titles we're releasing and to create new IP content and games. Very good. It's just as such, we expect to incur development costs upfront, and we aim to release multiple new titles in the fiscal year ended September 2026. Good. Our business outlook for the fiscal year ended September 25 is for sales of 2.5 million yen, operating profit 1.2, operating profit 1.2, and net profit of 800. Okay, R&D activities. Let's see. As a content maker, we aim to give our users dreams and excitement through our games offer. Okay. Also conducting research and development activities with the goal of understanding the true needs of the market and supplying high quality, high responsive products that will satisfy users. In addition to developing game software, our current research include technological innovation, new product development for game software that utilizes networks and communications. This could just be fluff, to be honest. R&D of technical innovation is conducted in the creative unit, which is involved in researching into cutting-edge digital graphics and 3D technologies for platforms such as Sony Interactive and PlayStation, Nintendo, PC games, as well as development of advanced visual functions, and incorporates these technologies into the company's products. Creative unit also conducts R&D into tools to support the production of game software, as well as R research aimed at streamlining development and improving quality. For sharing the results of the R&D across the company is able to streamline production and consolidate its technological base. Our development projects are conducted in collaboration with the creative unit and design unit, personal management, are allocated to each project according to its progress. As a result of R&D, we have produced and released the following games for the PS5 and PS4: YS Memoir, Oath of Algana, Legend of Heroes, Koro no Kiseki for Nintendo Switch, The Legend of Heroes, Koro no Kiseki 2 for Nintendo Switch. 1 and 2, okay. Legend of Heroes, Kai no Kiseki, Farewell Ozumiya. If three titles released. Based in Tokyo. Well, their annual rent is that expensive? Why is it that expensive for 66 people? Like 400k of rent. I think it's 30k in rent. I don't know if that's normal or not. It seems weird. Could be right. Major shareholders: Nihon Falcom, all company. I wonder who owns this. Masayuki Kato. Masayuki Kato. Founder. Okay. But then this guy's no longer with the company. Has passed away. Oh, as of September 30th. So this guy was still alive until, oh, that's sad. So it'll be interesting to see. And then Kei Kato might be, kids or slash, family members. Who runs this though? Nihon Falcom Hall. What is this? Who owns? Probably some company that Masayuki Kato owns, though. I would think. Ikawa. Director Nishikawa. Design unit executive. Okay. Meiko Ishikawa, active manager. Former composer. Oh. So she makes the music. Interesting. Interesting. She owns 1.5% of the company. Daisuke Gomi. Daisuke Gomi. Gomi. Nihon Falcom. Okay, so this guy's probably not a design person, potentially. I am based in Canada. I'll say that. I think I said it earlier. Yeah, Vancouver. Capital investments. No worthy capital investments. Okay. Okay, now let's see if there's any other revenue breakdowns we can look at. 2524. Is that the only version that they provide? Product sales, royalty income. Okay, product and license between Japan and Asia. Majority Japan. North America, Europe. Yeah, because they have English titles. Asia doesn't seem to be doing good. That's probably why they're licensing it out. Yeah, this could literally be merch, right? Hmm. Okay, good. I think that's enough information. Let's see. Based on that, what do we want to touch upon? The thing is for these yeah, I know in China, for example, right, the games get pirated quite a bit. So I wonder if that's, resulting in the China sales being so low. The people willing to actually pay for the title, is probably still higher in Japan and in the US, because people do believe in like collecting. And I guess in the digital age that might be different, because you don't need an actual disc or the cartridge or anymore. I mean, you still can have that, but you can download these games digitally now. So I wonder if there's a chance that US revenue could exceed Japan revenue, but I think that because it's a JRPG, its majority of the fan base will be Japanese. Yeah, I think these are the main ones, let's say. Yeah, so to answer this question, essentially, the former Masayuki. So this is the fiscal year. Let's take a look at the. Was there a half year? Right, Masayuki. So he has 11.18 now. What was it before in here? Oh, 11.18 still. Interesting, but this guy's passed away now. Okay, there's probably some estate dealing here. This guy just passed away. But then who runs the Nihon Falcom Holdings Company? Is there a... Okay, the large volume holding report, which is available for public inspection, Daisuke Gomi hold 100 shares of stock as of... Oh, she's sold? Daisuke Gomi. Daisuke Gomi. Although it is stated in the above report the company holds the following shares, the company is unable to confirm the actual number of shares held, and therefore see the status of major shareholders above is based on the shareholder register as of March 31st, 2025. Inheritance procedures have not been completed. Okay, so in this scenario, what happens? Does he force liquidate? What happens here? Yeah, this is a good question for FinTwit, honestly. I wonder if there's some type of special situation. Like if they have to panic sell 1.5 million shares onto the market, right? Like what would that do to the share price? You know what I mean? Wonder if that's something. Let me just ask. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT first and see what their answer is. Damn. Japan has one of the highest inheritance tax rates in the world, up to 55% for large estates. Thus, the shares are taxed at fair market value, closing price on the date of death, or averaged over certain periods. Heirs must file and pay tax inheritance generally within 10 months of death. Kato own 1 billion worth of shares and a child inherits them. They may owe hundreds of millions of yen in tax depending on the size of the estate and number of heirs. Forced selling to cover taxes. Yes, this often happens. If heirs lack sufficient liquid assets to pay the tax bill, they may be forced to sell a portion of the inherited shares. This is common in Japan and sometimes leads to stake dilution or changes in corporate structure if a founder's estate is large and heavily weighted in company stock. Well, he had 1.15 million, so what's the value there? So the shares are 1,125. Let's call that 1.1 billion plus 12.5%. Let's say 10%. So 1.3 roughly. 1.3. 1.3 billion. Right, 3 zeros. Yeah, 1.3 billion. 13 million. 13 million. USD wise, that's around 9 million. 9 million USD. 9 billion USD. What's their daily volume? 12.5. So okay, let's say what would be a tax bill? Kato owned. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT this. Kato owned 1.3 billion yen. $30 million. That's a slap. That's barely anything. That's 300K. Like 9 million worth of shares. Oh, split between child. Wow. Sheesh. Oh my gosh. Wait, right, hold on. This is variable though. This might not be completely accurate. This is. Oh, it's solid base of. Oh wow. So they lose 2.7 million, so 5.4 of it goes. Oh my god, that's huge. Wow, a massive tax bill. So let's think about it. Okay, sorry, 5.5 divided by 1.1, so around 500 million yen, or roughly 500 million yen of shares are going to hit the market to be sold potentially. What's the daily volume? 1 year, January peaked, probably sold some, probably still selling pressure, right? Excuse me. What's the volume on this? 324,000 shares times 1,000, so 324 million were sold on this day. This might be for tax reasons, honestly. May 8th. I made this 1,200 yen. Beginning of the year, there's selling pressure. Potentially, they sold it during this period. Huge chunk over here. So potentially, most of it has already been sold. Then, potentially. Okay, I think that's enough information for these two companies for now. Right, can they be bought and by whom? So I think that's a question that needs to be answered. Let's quickly look at it again. Nihon Falcom Holdings. I think it's some vehicle for the family probably. So if we think about that, tax payment of 55%. So assuming K and Kato and Sho Kato. I mean, we just take a look real quick. Go. Okay, let me just put this person's children. Well, if they own 60% of the company, it can't get bought out. That's the thing. So if they can't get bought out, then it's one of those situations. Yeah. Kondo. Is he on the list here? Yeah, Toshihiro Kondo. Like, yeah, I reviewed it yesterday, 2 days ago, but full name is Toshihiro Kondo. Toshihiro Kondo. Yeah. Yeah, I read this last time. But yeah, he's been with the company for a long time, starting from the bottom and like really working his way up. Yeah. Thanks, Pellet. Yeah, so if the company owns 60%, like even if you have to pay 55% inheritance tax on that entire, you know, entire stake. So that's 11. Yeah, that's around 60, right? 55. So like it drops down to 55. They're still not gonna get acquired, right? So it's not. I don't think it's possible, unless the hair wants to not run the company anymore. I get that right. Masayuki Kato. Masayuki Kato. Yeah, this is family controlled. Family controlled. This is. Oh. Okay, I think that's enough work for Nihon Falcom so far. I think the next company is 4380. Okay, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay, come back in around 15 minutes. Thanks for waiting. I'm back now. Pellet, you're welcome. Okay, so the next company is M-Mart. M-Mart Inc. engages in the e-commerce, e-marketplace business in Japan. It is involved in the unmanned wholesale sale of products through the open market of the internet with buyers in the food and beverage industry, accommodation industry, ready-to-eat industry. Company is incorporated in 2000, based in Tokyo. I don't have a view on the management, so you probably know more about the company than I do in that regard. So are you saying that, you know, oh, you're TS. It's hard to keep track of who's who. There's so many people. You might have to remind me which Twitter handle you use. Okay, so the same thing happened last time when I looked at the company is that I couldn't have access to their company page, which was really annoying. Um, hmm, there's something. Oh, oh, pellet stove. Okay, okay. Oh, damn. Yeah. Power harassment. Well, then, does he have hairs? Heirs? Who do you think is the likely candidate to replace him, right? And even if he steps down, is he stepping down because of old age, or is he stepping down because of, you know, this news? So he has to step down, type of thing. So, what does that look like? Okay, what sucks is this company. I don't have access to their investor relations, which is kind of crap, honestly. Um, I think what I did last time was essentially download just the financial statements, but I wasn't able to get into their. I wonder if I change it to Japanese, what that would work. Sun. Now, is the sun like a Kim Jong Un? You know, like is the sun gonna be the same thing, or is the sun gonna be a little bit different? You know, or is it Sun is gonna run the company by name, but then the, you know, the father is just gonna be in the background, you know, calling the shots. It could be either or, right? Okay, so this kind of sucks. I can't access investor relations, so hmm. I might have to delay this for next time and do a brief summary. Excuse me, guys. Do a brief summary so I can probably move on to the next one. I think the one that really interests me is, I think it's 141. Yeah, I think I want to put some time into this one. Trail Holdings looks pretty interesting. So, pellet stove. Any lasting remarks on your, you know, what do you think about M-Mart? Whether you think it'll do well, whether it can grow, whether it can expand to other horizontals, um, like creating an e-marketplace for other, um, say products, you know, that are more closely related to food and beverage or in those industries. So you can expand from food and beverage to accommodation to maybe hotels to motels, Airbnb to or expanding its ready to eat catalog? Do you think there's, what is holding back their growth, and then, you know what are the growth opportunities that you see? Okay, in the meantime, and if you don't know, that's also fine too. Yeah, just discussion is okay. Okay, Trail Holdings 141A. So Trail Holding operates in the retail, logistics, financial, payment services, and retail tech business. The company operates discount-based stores that provide food, livingware, and home appliances. It also offers various solutions utilizing IoT devices and software services. In addition, the company is involved in the real estate, restaurant, and resort business. So I remember kind of liking this company and thought that there's some growth potential in the company that I found interesting. If we can tap into that. Be right. Just put away something. Oh, and Pelstov, have you seen the investor relations page active? Or have you just done some research through other websites? Curious if you know how to access their documents, given their website is down. I was able to access their financial statements via Buffett code, but I wasn't able to find any like investor presentations, that kind of stuff, because I like to look at the visuals. So the last time I did a live stream, I missed this news article, which is Trail Holdings acquisition of Seiyu. So I previously, in my analysis, talked about how Trail Holdings had essentially 345 stores and was going on a pace of around 7 to 8 stores per quarter, basically increasing store count by 28, around 30, 20 to 32. I'll say 30 per year. And then with their acquisition of Seiyu, then they add a substantial amount of, properties, right? Or locations under their belt. Okay, reason for the share acquisition. The group operates a distribution retail business, operates discount stores mainly in the Kyushu, and a retail AI business that utilizes digital technologies such as IoT, AI to promote digital transformation in the distribution retail industry. In the distribution and retail business, the everyday low price has attracted a large number of customers in this inflationary era. But the company's further growth strategy is to grow existing stores, open new stores, strengthen its food business, and achieve sustainable growth through improved profitability. Specifically, the company plans to focus on store renovations, primarily through introduction of retail tech, development of delicious and affordable prepared foods and private brand products, and strengthening of low-cost operations. Seiyu has a strong business foundation with many stores conveniently located near train stations. Good, mainly in the Kanto region area. In addition, the company has a strong product lineup centered on private brands, its own manufacturing bases, and strong relationships with manufacturers and other business partners. By making Seiyu a wholly owned subsidiary, we will be able to quickly and efficiently establish a business base in the Kanto, Chubu, and Kansai areas, which are densely populated areas. In addition to Kyushu, which is the base of our group, and create a retail group with consolidated sales of over 1 trillion yen. In addition, there is a little overlap between Seiyu and our group stores in terms of geographical area. Yep. We're not aware of any dyssynergies, such as store closures due to cannibalization of trade areas. In addition, by acquiring Seiyu's original products such as Mina no Osumekichi and Shoko no Saiwa I, Saiwai, as well as manufacturing bases such as process centers and central kitchens. Oh, central kitchens. Oh, for their products. Okay. We expect to contribute to strengthening the food of our entire group and optimizing production and logistics. We also expect synergies with Seiyu's e-commerce business to help our e-commerce business make further leaps. Okay, so the first thing I like about this is that their stores don't overlap. They operate in different regions. So Seiyu has stores in Kanto, Chubu, and Kansai region, whereas in addition to the Kyushu area. Yeah, so in acquiring these companies is important for them to not cannibalize. So being able to reach a wider geographical net, across Japan is good. Having more original products is good too. Yeah, so then you save time having to develop them on your own because these are already working. And then you can add on existing ready-made products with and offer them across your businesses, which is good. I don't know about the e-commerce business though. In the retail AI business, we are focusing on eliminating waste, inconsistency, and strain in the distribution industry by linking data with manufacturers. Improving the shopping experience by introducing Skip Card, a register card with a tablet payment function developed in-house by our group, and monetizing retail media. By integrating customer data between Seiyu and our group, and increasing the number of devices such as Skip Card in-store signage introduced, we believe that we will be able to further eliminate waste, inconsistency, and overburdening across the industry, thereby improving the efficiency, profitability of not only Seiyu and our group, but the entire supply chain, including manufacturers, wholesalers, and logistics companies. Seiyu joining our group as one of our core companies will not only further increase the corporate value of the group, but also promote efforts to transform the entire retail industry. The transaction is scheduled to be completed on July 1st, 2025. But is subject to change depending on the progress of procedures related to competition law. Funding method. The company plans to utilize a sound financial position to fund the acquisition of shares by borrowing 370 billion yen. Ooh. I'm gonna quickly take a look at that real quick, bro. Take a look at that. Look at our 141 model here. Not really a model. The company has a 252 market cap. It has more cash than debt. Then now they're paying 370 billion. Okay, so they're raising basically double their market cap, right? This is like a smaller company acquiring a bigger company type thing. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, let's put this relevant details within an area. Because I have to evaluate this opportunity now because I wasn't aware last time, but it could be. Okay, we're gonna use this as just a format. So I don't have to do this again. That there. What is Trial Holdings share price, right? 108. Million shares exchanged. Interesting. So they're not liking the acquisition, maybe, or the acquisition announced. They liked it. Hold on, when was it announced? Right. It was announced March 4th. March 4th. So March 4th announced. Bam bam bam. 2,500 yen. 2,700 yen. April stuff happened, and okay. The initial reaction was positive, actually. 35%. 35%. I'll put this in drafts for now. Initial reaction is good. They must have seen value in the transaction. The 370 billion is a lot. So they need additional debt of 370 billion. They need funds of AU position price 370 billion. What else do we need to know? July 1st, 2025. Closing dates. July 1st, 2025. Okay. No equity financing. Please note there will be no changes to our share composition, executive composition, trade name, or location as a result of this transaction. Okay, I'm gonna quickly do some Google Lens stuff here. Okay, consolidated information. How does that compare to what we know now about the company? I think I can do two versions of this so I can compare it afterwards. I can do this as post. Oh, there's no chance that that becomes book value anymore. Okay, let's look at further details. He's financing. Oh, we didn't fill this out. We never filled it out. Okay, we might as well fill it out then. Q3. Do I have Q3 here? Yeah, summary of Q&A only though. So this is all in Japanese. This is very annoying. Can't even click it properly. Okay, let's go to the Japanese site and then click it. EN. Okay. Perfect. This might actually have factored in the acquisition. Let me see. Hold on. No commentary? They don't do any commentary here? Just you know, just lay it on me, right? Okay. Okay, they'll get Q2 then. Probably factored in. Probably factored in here. Say you. Oh, presentation material. This is helpful. I might have to even do the calculation. So as of February 28th, so before the acquisition was announced in March, they had 343 stores. 202 supercenters with 4,000 meters squared of space, assortment, daily necessities, food and non-food, 60 to 70,000 SKUs, items. Always affordable, everyday low prices, traffic, driving power as a basic daily necessity store. One-stop shopping focus on food. New customer experiences through retail tech. Mega Center, 28 stores. Smart stores, small format stores, 766. Mega Centers, 8,000 meters squared, so 100,000 products. History started with IT. First trail store discount store 1992. 1996. Data driven. Began collection analysis of customer data. Doesn't want a celebration of opening stores at furnished property. GMS revival. In-house R&D. Acquired Cowboy Company. Food-focused supermarket franchise. Database engine, Pacer, store operations support system, D-Link. Okay, Skipcart was 2015. Okay, Data Share. It's not a really new company. It's been around for a while. Data Share tools and manufacturers. Card Magia, a ready meal manufacturer. Magia. Kicked off JBP strategy. Smart stores. Opened first smart store in Japan with the Skipcart, so 2018. They reached 200 stores in 2018. So from 2018 until now, they only increased store count by 70% over the span of 7 years. So they weren't able to double it. Busubu Miyawaka created a remote work town with AI R&D center using closed schools. Established store remodeling focusing on fresh foods. Business transfer from Satocho. Welcome, we have some new viewers. Welcome to the stream. If you haven't already, please subscribe. I was under the impression that this company was like relatively new and disruptive, but it seems like they've been in business for quite a long time, and progress has been slow though. Right? Probably there's some, because they're keeping the skip cart technology, so they could have had many approaches to this, right? They could have either decided to sell the skip cart and take a glory route, which is they're the hardware and software distributor of the skip cart for these grocery stores, right? And you know, have a hardware sales component and also some type of software sales component or subscription sales component to their skip cart. Or they could take a harder route, which would be to a more asset heavy route, which is to excuse me, to actually invest in grocery stores, right? Create a store format and actually utilize the skip cart technology. So I was under the impression that they're like a newer company, but it seems like they're not. Excuse me. KKR. Consisting of 370 billion borrowings from our bank and available cash. Okay. Establishing a new foundation to stay closer to customers as a trusted local essential retailer. Integration of talented employees, aiming for sustainable growth and group-wide growth through optimal integration of Seiyu's high-caliber talent and well-established, leaping to 1 trillion yen revenue company, strong relationships with manufacturers and able to reduce costs. Right, there's some economies of scale here, probably some cost synergies. Enhance product competitiveness to increase store appeal. Okay, dominant position in Kanto region. Acquiring a highly profitable 242 stores with an established dominant presence. Seiyu publicly traded. At 170. Let's quickly take a look at that. So it was announced in March. Oh, they didn't go up by much though. Yeah, that's what I expect the margins to be for a grocery store. Wait, that's not right. This can't be right because things 280 billion. This is not what? Not right. $268. Maybe it's not publicly traded. Oh, from KKR and Walmart. So it's jointly owned. It's a private. Oh, it's a private deal. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Oh, okay. Okay. So that's irrelevant essentially. Hmm. And where's the Kanto region again? Is that Tokyo? Greater Tokyo area. Chiba, Gunma. Okay. Yeah, Tokyo area. Strong record of continuous sales growth, but this is not organic sales growth. This is acquisition sales. Oh, they acquired some stores. So it was at 343 and 242. So that they're at I think they're at 345 and now they're at 345 plus what was it? 342. $597, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Basically 600 stores, roughly, let's give or take. Because I think in the next quarter they're opening 7 stores, right? It easily surpass 600 stores. What's their current sales? Yeah, 720. Yeah, so that would exceed a trillion, right? Depending on how big these stores are, but that, how big say stores are and what revenue they have. But yeah, I mean, this is irrelevant. I mean, yes, sales have gone up, but like, how profitable are they going to be, right? Like, what are you absorbing? Are you absorbing they have worse earnings or better earnings, right? Oh, like this is good information because they went from some unknown, company. Now they're able to be in contention. One, two, three, six, six. These fast retailing, isn't that Uniqlo? Retail sales ranking. I mean, this is kind of meaningless, Like I care about valuation, right? I don't really care if the sales exceed $1 trillion. Like seven in holdings is interesting. 10 times larger. Hmm. Pretty low cost strategy. Having more stores would drive costs lower. True. A robust business foundation established through dominant store network and manufacturing logistics facilities, primarily in the Kanto region. With minimal regional overlap, Seiyu is the best partner for us to achieve efficient scale expansion. So Kanto, they significantly increased their Kanto, Chubu, Kansai, and Tohoku presence. There's no overlap with Kyushu. is where their home, like their base is. Where's the Kyushu? Oh, Kagoshima, Nagasaki. Oh, Fukuoka. Wait, hold on. Let me. Really, okay, in all the region of Japan. So this gives them Kyushu, Kansai. So they're slowly expanding around these other regions. The Kanto region, in terms of presence, is very important. They have higher offering margins. Interesting. I wonder, how that figure is consolidated, right? Because it could be Charles just doing more R&D, right? So, 2 billion 42. $2 billion. So if this was post, let's say this is accurate, and like let's say 42,600 14 times. Excuse me. Oh man. What's going on here? Why is it frozen? Okay, so this is leverage, right? This is leverage, right? The market cap doesn't change. Still paying 252, right? And the market cap could increase to this over time, so then it becomes a scenario of how fast does debt pay down, and then okay, we should input this data first because it's not four times P. We can ignore the free cash flow calculation for now. Not going to be accurate. Now it becomes a leverage play now. Like the company was really to begin with. Some forecast here. Because of an acquisition, right? Okay, we can utilize our capex. Wait, but if they're incorporating the company as a whole, then the capex is not going to be accurate. It's going to be like a it's going to be a consolidated one. It's not going to be accurate. Let's keep reading the thing. Okay, and use cash on hand and new borrowings, which they have excess cash. They have net cash right now. Net sales 483 and an operating margin. Ready meals, daily necessities, fresh products, grocery. Living. Purpose of initiative, integration of high quality talent. I think that's they do have it. Okay, significant expansion of sales scale. The formation of retail group with sales exceeding 1 trillion is expected to create synergies through both sales growth and enhanced profitability, driven by economies of scale. Maybe expanding the business foundation in the Kanto area. Dramatically expanding our business foundation by nearly 243 dominant stores, primarily in a densely populated Kanto region, while gaining urban retail expertise, will learn from Seiyu's expertise in urban retail operations. There is minimal overlap with our existing stores, ensuring that any negative impact remains extremely limited. By opening Tralgo satellite stores, we will increase our regional market share and establish an even stronger dominance in the area. Is that like a 7-Eleven type alternative? Strengthening product competitiveness. So you boast a line of highly original and customer-oriented private brands such as Minasama no Osomitsuki and Shoku no Seichi. Don't know what that means. Our company has also been strengthening its lineup of delicious and affordable bento meals and prepared meals, including items like Tapuri Tamago sandwich and roast katsu bento. Both Seiyu and our company possess unique product strengths, and through mutual collaborations, we expect to enhance both customer attraction and profitability. Seiyu has established a robust supply chain foundation, including production and logistics, and primarily in the Kanto region. The logistics network of both companies complement each other regionally, enabling more efficient operations by maximizing mutual capacity utilization. By leveraging Seiyu's central kitchens and processing centers in Kanto, Chubu, and Kansai region, we will further enhance our food offerings. Expansion of retail technology. To strengthen collaboration with manufacturers and enhance the shopping experience, we're focusing on utilizing IT-driven payment systems such as Skipcart, and facial recognition self-checkouts, and in-store digital signage, while also aiming to monetize retail media. To achieve these goals, increased data volume and number of deployed devices will be crucial. Given its high population density and young demographic, the Kanto region holds particularly high value as a media platform. I would expect retail technology to be one of the higher up ones, honestly. Small stores based on frequent deliveries from supercenters. So you have satellite stores around supercenters, and you deliver products from supercenters to satellite stores. That way they can increase store count. Food, grocery. Hmm. 74% food, 88% food, 31% groceries, and the 54% groceries. There's grocery and ready meals and fresh products. Daily dairy products and eggs. I mean, I'm sure Seiyu also have daily dairy products, but fresh products, product meat, fresh fish, ready meals. Central kitchen, processing center, distribution center. A robust business foundation established through a dominant store network and a manufacturing logistics facilities primarily in Kanto region. With minimal regional overlap, Seiyu is the best partner for us to achieve efficiency. So what I see happening though is if over time the margins of Seiyu can be adopted over to here, so like just 7% on here, right? Because you have cost synergies, right? And there's margin normalizes more so towards the Seiyu one. Of course, they are in different regions too. They're in the Kyushu region, or the Hokkaido region, and they started out in the more rural areas. So that was like their tactic, right? They're not competing in the major cities. They're competing in the more rural cities, adding technology to them because it's a smaller market. There's less smaller pond, basically, big fish, smaller pond. So what'll be interesting is, are the margins low because of they don't have scale, but you still have higher sales, right? It's hard to say. Yeah, I wonder if these margins low because they lack, it's just the cost structure in those more rural areas. But then shouldn't the margins in the more rural areas be higher? Because there's less competition, right? That's interesting. This might be artificially lower because of more investment. It could be that case, right? But it'd be interesting if you can get this closer to, say 6.5%, 6%, right? If it's 6%, this is like a 7 point. like 80 something billion. So if it goes 80 billion of EBITDA, what's 5% of this? 60? So if it can go to 60, interesting. Then it becomes 10 times. If it goes 10 times, that's really good. Right? Because I think it says it hasn't factored in synergies, right? These figures are preliminary numbers for Honshu operations only, including Hokkaido and Kyushu operations. In a simple sum and do not reflect any potential synergies. They haven't done that yet. More distribution. I think it's the skip card part, right? What happens if you apply skip card to Seiyu now, right? Yeah. Okay, everybody, I'm getting honestly kind of tired. I think what I'm gonna do tomorrow, and when I continue looking at this, is look at essentially just make some assumptions about like what synergies could be, what the valuation post acquisition valuation would be, and then just think of some scenarios in like, okay, if they're able to adapt the skip card technology into Seiyu stores, right, what would the margins look like? And just have a clear understanding of the financial breakdown and see if the valuation is, you know, yeah, like undervalued or not, right? And then finish reading this. There's a lot more work that needs to be done to actually have a stance. I can't have a stance this early. There's a lot of moving parts for sure. So yeah, thanks a lot for tuning in. This was one of the Hey Paul. Sorry, the one from 3 or 4 days ago. Yeah, man. Appreciate you watching the streams. I will for sure do like a summary post in the next couple of days, and we'll continue doing more live streams. So please continue to tune in. Yeah, glad that you found hopefully interesting and informative. And yeah, I mean, I did live stream for 5 hours today. Of course, I took breaks in between. So yeah, kind of tired where I'm at. If you search up the time in Vancouver, it's quite late. So yeah, I'll continue this another day. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Appreciate your participation and engagement. Yeah. So good night, Pellet Stove. Good night, Pole. I think you guys are only 2 viewers online currently. But today was really good. Today we got up to as high as 9 concurrent viewers and 127 views. So very good. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in. Appreciate